Janita, I also had a logging. I think there are some more. Surang also trying to join, so we'll Hi, good morning, everybody. Today we will be discussing internal control. I'm also in, so take one. So I think till Chaturanga join, we will start. I hope I'm audible and my we were planning to discuss when it comes to internal control is one of the area reality industry. Not it will be in everywhere. I think last week I have just introduction. So today we need to see what are the hospitality related internal controls that we need to practice. So as we discussed last week, so is the definition that we are going to take it forward. The internal controls basically, what do you mean by internal control? Means it is a process that means every company that you have established certain internal control processes. So why we have uh, implemented certain internal control processes is mainly to ensure the integrity of financial and accounting information. That is one task. So that means every hotel or every industry that you are providing from finance, you are providing your financial statements, P&L, balance sheet, all other profitability data, various other reports. So then they are one of the main thing is the revenue and the expenses and the profitability. So that means uh, if we have a sound internal control system, so then we need to make sure the accuracy of the revenue. So that means we need to make sure the correct revenue has been achieved. So how do you make sure now if you take the rooms department? So if you are selling a room, so that means it should be under the agreed rate and the number of rooms based on the times, number of days the guest has booked. So then we need to make sure now, for example, if you have the agreement with the travel agent or maybe a party guest, let's say $100 room rate per night, BB basis. So if the guest is staying 7 days, 1 week, so that means $700 revenue should be accounted. So then we need to see what are the taxes, whether it is included or excluded. So if it is BBO basis, so then we need to transfer some allocation amount to the meal allocation also, because now if it is 100 including bed and breakfast meals, so the some part goes to food revenue as well, because now in your breakfast buffet there is a cost. So then every hotel we need to understand what is our breakfast cost. So how do we do that? So based on the chef's menus, so you need to do a costing, or otherwise you need to understand. And in as we have some small hotel, the people who are working in small hotels also, sometimes maybe you need to understand what is your break even point in order to have a breakfast buffet. Even sometimes maybe standard star class hotels, so they have brand standards. Sometimes maybe low occupancy, but still in order to maintain the brand standard, so they will be maintaining a huge breakfast buffet, which is ultimately it's a loss. So then in order to have a breakfast buffet or whatever the buffet, it can be lunch, dinner, we need to understand what is our break even tax. So if we want to have a breakfast buffet, at least how many guests should be there in the hotel. Otherwise, maybe the management can take a call. Okay, today we have low count, so we will not operate a buffet, but we will operate a set menu. Or if the client whatever they ask, so we need to at the same time we need to make sure the guest is happy. So we need to make sure that we cater according to the client's requirements. So something like that. So then the allocation revenue plus the room revenue from the room side. If a guest is occupied the room, so we need to make sure that the right revenue has been achieved. It can be room, and if it is room only, then it's only for room. If it is BB, then room plus breakfast. If it is half board, room plus breakfast plus dinner. If it is full board, all three meals plus room. So that is room side. On the other side, if the food and beverage department, if a guest utilize F&B restaurant. So it can be there are two ways. One is a la carte, the other one is buffet. Sometimes there are hotels, there are a lot of outside guests coming for the buffet. So if the guest is coming for the buffet, so then hostess can take the guest into the restaurant and offer a table. After that, maybe if the guests start to serve from the buffet. So it is the duty of the F&B team to raise a bill in the system. So now in finance, income audit, revenue controls, if they are going around in the restaurant, so they you all can check actually few randomly. You can select few tables and check whether the bill has been raised or not. Otherwise, there are uh, some malpractices can happen, because we have a lot of examples. Sometimes if a cash paying guest comes, maybe there are ways that people are not accounting in the system. So from internal controls, we need to make sure. So there are some other ways also to detect. But what I am telling is, from the operational point of view, we need to make sure that the right billing has been done at the right time. If there is a guest serving from the buffet, actually there should be a bill from the bill in the system according to that table number. So that's critical. So those type of things you can establish in your hotels if it is not there. So that is buffet. And when it comes to a la carte, so there should be a always KOT. So the chef or whoever, they should not prepare any items based on the verbal orders. So there should be a written systematic order. So most of the hotels now there is a point of sale system. If not, even manually, there should be a KOT, kitchen order ticket. So the chef can prepare the meals only on the KOT, printed KOT. So those are the control points. So if it is a la carte, actually we don't need to worry if the KOT is punch. So then you have approved menu rate. So based on that, you will capture your revenue. But still, we need to make sure that there are no unauthorized discounts, no voids. So the right revenue has been achieved. So that is the main uh, concern when it comes to internal controls. We need to establish whatever the SOPs, processes, ensure that the integrity of the financial and accounting information, even the inventories. Now you are submitting end of the day, end of the financial year or end of the period, your inventory records. But if you are not verified physically and if you are just taking the system balance, so that means you are providing false data. So it is incorrect data, which is not the case when it comes to internal controls and management accounting. So we need to make sure that the right inventory has been verified, and if there are variances that we need to adjust it and justify it. So then finally we need to make sure whatever the data we are providing is accurate. So in addition to that, all our asset inventory also asset, and there are fixed assets, circulating asset, that is your PCGL inventory. So all the asset, we need to safeguard assets also through internal control system. Why we are doing all these things is to achieve the operational and profitability objectives. The ultimate target is the financial viable operation. So there should be some profitability on the business. Otherwise, no point of investing on that business. At the same time, the operational convenience. So that is one of the basic idea when it comes to internal controls, because internal controls is very important, especially in the hospitality industry. uh, we will discuss one by one what are the processes that can be established. So there are two segments when it comes to internal controls in hotels. One is revenue controls, the other one is the cost controls. The revenue controls means basically the room side, that is the income audit, night audit are involved. So we need to make sure the accuracy of the room revenue, average room rates, the discounts related to room, even F&B discounts, etc. When it comes to cost control, we need to make sure how to control the food and beverage cost, all other room amenity cost, the supply cost, etc., and the inventories, procurement, receiving, stores, including all those things. So those are the main two segments of internal controls in the hospitality industry. But if somebody knows this, if somebody can master revenue and cost controls, internal control, I think you can do wonders in your organization. Because if you are a general manager, if you know these type of things, so definitely you will be able to increase your profitability. Because most of the organization, you have an annual plan, so you are trying to maintain your annual plan. If you are below your annual plan, everybody is happy, but there are things that we can do beyond that point also in order to achieve your profitability. So that means what what you are planning, so you can achieve more than that. So that is the goal of this. So how do we do that? So we need to establish certain standards, whatever the control related. So based on that standard, we need to measure the performance. If we have a standard, we need to measure the performance. So then we capture deviation and discuss and take corrective action. So if I take example on this, if the food cost is one of the best example in the hotel. So if you take Colombo five-star hotel, the food cost, one point of food cost will be sometimes maybe 5 to 10 million based on the size and the operation of the hotel. So now imagine if it is 10 million, one point is 10 million. If you are a cost controller, sometime maybe cost controller will not be able to do by himself alone, but maybe you need to instruct chef and the F&B team, everybody. So as a team, maybe if you can achieve 1% target, that means 1% saving from the food cost, you will be able to achieve a bigger saving when it comes to the profitability of the company. So then annual plan, let's say food cost has been established, 38% of your revenue is food cost. So that is the standard. We have established a target. We need to maintain 38% of the food cost. So then end of the month, we monitor. So we will be doing those calculations later. So how do we monitor? So you take your opening inventory at purchases minus closing inventory. So then you get the gross consumption. So if there are any food beverage items taken for cooking purposes, we need to add it, beverage to food. So then there are certain credits that non-revenue expenditures like staff meals, complimentary, those type of things need to be adjusted. And finally, you get the cost of sale and the cost percentage actual scenario. So then you measure actual scenario against the standard. So what we discussed, standard is 38%. So let's say end of the period, maybe the actual is 40%. That means 2% more than the standard. So that is the deviation, 2%. So then we can't proceed like that. If we noted the 2% deviation, then there's something going wrong. We need to go into more details and see why this 2%, how do we make sure that we are within the limit. So that is the target. So when we need to find out ways and we need to take corrective steps to reduce the food cost. One thing maybe can happen is, so we have not revised our menu prices for a year. Now all the purchase prices has gone up. So that is one reason. Or otherwise maybe you had a lot of banquets in your hotel, but suddenly banquets has been dropped. There is a new competitor and everybody goes there. So then you need to have a different marketing strategy to capture those clients, because banquet play a critical role when it comes to food cost, because it is actually huge volume, normally running at a lesser cost. So if you have more banquets, that means it is better for the food cost. If you are running with banquet and a la carte, that means it is actually healthy for the food cost. But if you are running based on only the allocation, there are hotels sometimes maybe you don't have banquets, you don't have a la carte, but you are mainly running with your full board, half board BB, yes, the main buffet. So then it's really difficult for you to control your food cost, because uh, you are maintaining always only from the buffet. So, but still, then based on that, there are methods that we need to discuss. If you are operating only from buffet, so then how do we control your food cost? But uh, there are differences now. For example, in the city hotels, you have banquets, a la carte, buffet, all those things. So then you can maintain somewhere around 30 to 35% food cost. But if it is a resort, maybe you don't have banquet and a la carte both, you have only buffet. So then you will not be able to maintain 35% unless if you give a higher allocation, because it is also a problem. So if you are giving a higher allocation now, let's say $100, from $100, if you are going to give 50 to food, so then you have a ARR only $50. So likewise, we need to establish a standard. So what is the allocation? What is the food cost? All those things. So we will do some examples later. So then we will get a better understanding. So then now we know what is internal control, why do we maintain internal control, so what are the segments in internal controls, and what are the steps and how do we do. So those are the basic idea. So then when it comes to hotel, basically sometimes maybe now I have done this program for some time with a team chef, so then I ask who is responsible for control. So in a hotel, sometimes the answer I got is cost controller is the person who is responsible for controls. Sometimes maybe chef, sometimes maybe chef plus cost control. But it is not like that. So as I mentioned, cost controller or a chef or a financial controller, so they can't do by their own. So everybody need to involve with the internal control. First of all, we need to establish standards. So then from owner, board of directors, general managers, HODs, supervisory, all the line staff should be aware. So this is our process. We need to help internal control. If we help internal control, so then we can improve our profitability. If the company is performing well, so then you will get back your bonuses, your compensation benefit, etc. So that's the ultimate target and the thing that we need to brainstorm with the team. Otherwise, you will never be able to have a better internal controls, even though you have systems in place. So therefore, everybody in the hotel should be responsible, not only the head of department, not only the GM, not only the financial controller, press controller, or the chef. So everybody need to involve when it comes to internal control. So then that is the general internal control introduction. But if you really focus uh, into hospitality, I think now we know what are the departments available in the hotel. So then based on that, I think front office, food and beverage, housekeeping, finance. So those are some of the critical areas. So if we take some example from front office, basically segregation of duties, because when it comes to front office, cash handling is there. So if the person is uh, cash handling and posting both doing, so that means there is no segregation of duty. So as a supervisor, as a HOD, so then you need to make sure there is a proper segregation of duties, because we have a lot of example. Even in the recent past, we have a good example. If I take one, uh, if the cashier has the access for posting, sometime maybe he is handling cash and posting. So we are keeping some rooms for manipulation. and maybe the approval. Sometimes maybe there are different approval levels. So if the cashier should have only one level, so then the other one should be cashier supervisor or assistant front office manager, lobby manager, etc. So likewise, there should be authorization limits, access controls, segregation of duties, and in addition to that, all daily reconciliation of guest folios, audit trails. Now, anyway, if you are using systems, these are always available. But if not, we need to make sure these practices are there when it comes to hospitality industry. So the front office, why we are doing these things is basically to prevent fraud. In another way, we need to make sure the right revenue has been achieved when it comes to the rooms department through accurate billing. So that is the purpose. Same thing with the food and beverage. All revenue should be accurate, prevent fraud, ensure accurate billing. And in addition to that, when it comes to food and beverage operation, recipe standardization. So there should be some standard recipes. So we have a separate session on recipe costing, so then you will get better idea. In addition to that, HACCP compliances. Now most of the hotels are certified with HACCP. So that means Hazard Analytical Critical Control Point. So that is something if you all are not aware or if you all are not part of the team, in case if your hotel is going to implement HACCP, be part of that team because I know now some of the hotels, actually some of the steps were taken senior roles when they are implementing HACCP. So after implementing HACCP, so he got a better offer from another organization because now he is aware everything related to the HACCP and it is very important area for the hospitality industry. But not only kept, so finance, stores, everybody should be aware what are the HACCP rules and guidelines, especially when it comes to receiving, purchasing stores. So there are certain HACCP principles that we need to practice. We will be discussing HACCP also when it comes before we go to cost control. What do you mean by HACCP and what are the basic idea that we need to get, especially for food related stores and inventory related. So we will be discussing. So food and beverage department, everybody, the chefs, F&B team, everybody should be aware of the HACCP compliances and recipe standardization. That means every menu item there should be a recipe, but it should be a standard recipe. So we need to maintain the consistency. That we will be again discussing separately. Then there is another thing called portion controls. I'm not sure whether you all are doing that. Portion control means now, for example, let's say there are certain items very expensive. If we take example, lamb rack. So if you are getting lamb rack French cut, sometime maybe it will be you are importing it. So 200 grams, if one portion we need to evaluate the grammage. So if it is 200 grams, so then 1 kilo into 200 grams. So that means there's a cost involved. So then if you purchase let's say 10 kg of lamb rack and you have issued 5 kg to the operation, 5 kg in the inventory. So then you need to make sure that the issued 5 kg has been sold according to the number of portion, number of outlets. So then you need to make sure that how this 5 kg is sold, is there any balance stock and is there any misuse or losses. So that is called portion control. So then inventory checks, all the bar inventories, food inventories under food and beverage. So we need to make sure that from the definition itself we mention safeguard our assets. So that means we need to make sure the inventories are properly checked. Normally in the hotel industry, food and beverage inventory once a month you need to do completely 100% verification need to be done. Then when it comes to the other inventories, sometimes general engineering based on the number of staff. Ideally, if you can do once a month, it is the most effective way. But due to certain operational things, number of staff, so you may not be able to do it monthly basis. So then at least quarterly basis, you need to complete inventory to be done. If not, there's another way. For example, let's say now you are engineering inventory. So you will be taking, you categorizing your spares, carpentry items, electrical items, likewise. So then every month you count at least 2 to 3 categories. So then you will be at least 2 to 3 times per year covering all the categories. So likewise, you need to plan your inventory checks also. Why we are doing all those things to safeguard our assets, maintain our food safety, control the cost, and reduce the wastage. So those are the two main departments that we need to make sure the very tight internal controls are there. But in addition to that, housekeeping also play a critical role because we need to make sure room status uh, verifications, because now I think the night auditors and income auditors must be knowing from the housekeeping, there will be a physical verification happening in the hotel. So they says if it is manual, they will send a housekeeper's report saying these rooms are occupied. So then front office need to update whether it is occupied or not. So then the hotel income auditor need to make sure if there is a discrepancy, so he need to check. So we call it housekeeping discrepancy report. Even any system, you have those functions. But now, why we need to do those type of things? Now, if you take now Maldives, I don't think those type of things can happen. But in other countries, especially in a city hotel, now if you take Colombo, there are hotels. Sometimes one room will be selling 2, 3 times. So then there is a risk. That means if it is sold for let's say 5 to 6 hours, if that person pays cash, so then there is a possibility that the receptionist can take that cash without entering into the system. So that is where the internal controls play a critical role. At least the housekeeping discrepancy should be checked for 2 times per day, one in the morning and one in the evening. So then if there are discrepancies, we will be able to detect it. In addition to that, the cash counts and key controls. So there are various other controls also to detect those type of things. So then in addition to that, linen will be maintained by the housekeeping. So linen inventory, maybe F&B and room linen separately you need to track monthly basis. So if you are taking stores and the bar inventories end of the month, the linen inventory can be planned mid of the month where hotel is not that much busy. So that's the easiest way. So then if there are anything to be discarded, you need to discard with the discard seal and identify the discrepancies and prepare a report for management uh, information report. Why we are doing these things? Prevent misuse of assets. That means linen. Sometimes, most of the time, there are linen losses in most of the hotel. Just analyze your linen losses and see what is the percentage. So if it is more than 10%, so that means you need to uh, actually you need to pay more attention, because some hotels we have seen 30, 40%. So that means you need to go into more detail. We don't know how these items are getting lost. Sometimes maybe 10 to 15 is acceptable limits of the losses. And at the same time, we need to make sure the service quality of the department as well. So the food and beverage, front office and housekeeping we discussed. Now we discuss finance, accounting, procurement, and IT. So procurement and stores. So we will be discussing under cost control in detail. How do we apply the control processes? All those things. But all purchase orders now. Every item should be ordered based on the PO. So then PO should be approved by relevant parties. So there should be approval limits. Sometime maybe let's say cost controller can up to always not only one person. Let's say now if it is below 25,000 or 50,000, so then your cost controller and purchase manager can approve. So then 50,000 to 200,000, your purchase manager and accountant can approve. So after that, maybe it goes to accountant plus GM, something like that. You need to have some limits, PO approval limits, etc. And at the same time, we need to make sure the supply evaluation and all those things are being done. Then the receiving checks, very important. So these things actually we will be discussing separately in detail, but just to get some idea what are the internal controls need to be applied when it comes to certain departments. So then the expiry date monitoring, I'm not sure whether it is happening in your hotel. That is something very important. Actually now recently we have implemented, earlier we also doing manually. That means end of the month when we are taking the inventory, so we will be taking the expiry date and prepare a report. So now we have a system. We have a barcode scanner. From that, so we scan the item and at the same time we enter the expiry date into the system. So then we can generate a report from the system. That also very recently we have implemented. And there is another thing called batch uh, veg stock maintenance. Hotel industry not doing that. Most of the other industry doing, but recently we have implemented that also one of our recently newly opened hotel. That is also functioning well. Why I am telling these things is when I am telling, I ask you to maintain the learning diary. So these are sometimes maybe it is new to you. If it is new to you, just note it down and see how your hotel, how do you maintain expiry date? Is it batch wise? How it happening? So then check whether there are anything that you can improve. Sometimes maybe I can assist if there is a project that you want to take it. So likewise, and then you can develop your career and it will be valuable into your organization as well, because this is most of the organization these problems are there. So there are ways that we need to now with the technology development, there are a lot of ways that we can eliminate all those things. So why we do all those things? To avoid frauds, ensure quality, and finally the control cost and improve your margin. So when it comes to finance and accounting, bank reconciliation, revenue audits, compliance with tax and laws, again, why we are doing to ensure accuracy, transparency, and compliance. So when it comes to finance, transparency is very important. Procurement and stores, transparency is very important. Then the IT and system, they need to make sure the access controls. So sorry, IT and systems, they need to make sure the access controls, audit logs, data backups are taken timely manner. Why we do those things are prevent cyber risks, protect guest data. I'm not sure that now most of the companies that you have a data protection act. There is a now data protection act is there. So you need to follow that as well, because you can't send guest data to a third party. So it should be protected. So most of the companies are applied. So that is also under internal control. So these are some of the critical areas that we need to discuss when it comes to the hospitality industry. If you all need, anyway, you will be getting the recording, but if you all need, just take a photograph because this is important. So we'll continue. So benefit of strong internal controls, fraud prevention, reduce opportunities for theft or manipulation. So actually, when it comes to hotels, no point of investigating after something happens. So we need to make sure proactively we have implemented various control measures, and we if there are any rooms for fraudulent activity, so we need to close it. So then everybody is happy if you have a sound internet control system to prevent all frauds, and at the same time it will be operational efficiency, because we can streamline all processes all across departments, so then everybody is aware. So then compliance, ensure adherence to food safety, labor and financial regulations. Then the transparency, another critical thing. Whatever the processes, there should be a transparency. We will be discussing how we maintain transparency when it comes to certain internal control processes to build trust with guest, staff, and all other stakeholders. Then the resilience, so that means enable smooth operation even under staffing, understaffing, or time constraints. Sometimes maybe there are understaffing, but still we should be able to follow our processes. So then in in order to do these things, most of the hotels are going ahead with systems. There are a lot of hospitality systems, international systems, local systems, and there are things based on your budgets, based on your operation. So you need to see how best you can connect with the internal control system. So now small hotels also with some system, but recently actually we had accountant and assistant accountant and CHFM student both from Rainforest Ecology. I think it is a famous hotel in Delhi, but actually completely they were doing manually. So then that's why I'm telling. But if you all need anything, any help, so we can discuss further. So I assist them to develop a manual internal control system. That means when it comes to even stock management, those days there is something called bin card. So now it is happening from the system. So then you need to implement the bin card. So then there are manual night audit processes, all manual document. But now anyway, recently they call me, they went with the system, but still, if you don't have a system, but manually also you need to make sure that the sound internal control systems are there, because all the internal controls, policies and procedures adopted by the management. So we need to make sure that it will be easy to achieve all the operational efficiencies and the objectives set by the senior management. But in addition to that, whatever the SOPs, whatever the internal control systems, what we are implementing, it should be practicable also, because it should be practical. Otherwise, no point. Otherwise, it will impact on the operation. So we should not impact on the operation. It should not impact, and it should be convenience even for the people to operate. So then only we can get a real result. So in addition to that, the safeguarding of asset, prevention and detection of frauds and error, the accuracy and completeness of all the accounting reports, as we discussed from the definition, and timely preparation of reliable financial information. So these red colors are some keywords. Why do we what is an internal control system? Under that, the red colors, the policies and procedures adopted by the management and practicable. Again, from the definition, to safeguard asset, prevention and detection of frauds and error, accuracy of the financial information. So those are the critical areas. So now we need to look at why do we need internal control system. Again, for prevention, accuracy, data accuracy is very important, compliance, efficiency, and trust. So then if some maybe you have learned management as a subject, if you are learning management, so this is key areas in management: planning. You need to plan properly and organizing, directing, and controlling. Same thing, internal controls also. The fourth one is the internal control. But whatever you do, you need to plan, organize, direct, and control. So that's the way you can practice. First, as we earlier discussed, you need to establish the standard. So that's the process we need to follow. So then when we are discussing internal controls, I mentioned the all the department heads, all the staff, management staff, everybody should involve with the internal controls. Otherwise, it will be difficult. So especially the management. Management should support to the finance department and all the employees to maintain sound internal control systems. There are organizations maybe management will not support. Sometimes maybe it is a, let's say now two persons are running the organization. So one person don't want to have internal control because he is also he want to always break the rules. So then you as the revenue auditor or income auditor or a financial control, you need to address those type of things because you need to do a right job. Actually, I know that one of our CHFMA student who is a leading hotel in Colombo, so he was the accountant, now he is a financial control. He has that problems. He always talk to me. But as an accountant, as a financial control, you should not allow. So we need to always tell even your boss or management staff. So this is the right internal control practice that we need to do. So always you need to make sure that you have mentioned in writing and you have done your part. Otherwise, it will be a problem with it will impact on your job as well. So therefore, management need to play a critical role because they are responsible of establishing effective management controls. Then they need to provide leadership. After that, they can establish KPIs to achieve the certain objectives. So then HODs need to follow. Then supervisors will need to implement those things. So then everybody is aware. So that is how we need to proceed in the hotel. So internal control systems need to be regularly monitored. Sometimes, let's say now you already purchased a system. Now there are maybe time to time system upgrades, maybe power failure due to that various problems. So therefore, it is our duty to make sure that we assess the quality of the system performance also. That is why some of the organizations they are doing certain IT audits. So that is one scenario. But as a revenue auditor, as an income auditor, we also should not depend on the system. Time to time, we need to make sure sample checks just to make sure that the right billing has happened, right discount applied, right revenue achieved, etc. And in addition to that, now let's say you are a financial controller, you are conducting your meetings, so you are reviewing your cash transaction. So then maybe one of the staff is providing the statement in Excel sheet, so you are happy with everything. But as a financial controller, I recommend that always go with the system, and from the system you review, because actually we had one scenario, one of the team member, so he has downloaded all the system reports into Excel and he edited. So the cash transaction he has reduced and he edited all those things, and that means there's a fraud. It is detected. It will be detected somehow if you have a proper system. But as a senior person, when you are becoming an accountant, when you are becoming a financial control, always just try to look at the things from your system also, not only from the Excel. So then you will get a real idea. So maybe you can compare your Excel with the system as well. So therefore, management need to set stone to all employees, and their role is very critical when it comes to internal controls, because they need to drive efficiencies, ensure compliances, and build trust. So these are some of the critical areas of management responsibility. Establish control environment, define ethical standards, policies, and organizational culture. So policies and procedures, actually there should be a manual in your organization. If it is not there, that is something you all can develop. Sometimes maybe not for the whole organization, at least for your particular department, particular section, there should be a policy manual and the rules and regulation and certain SOPs when it comes to other small processes. Why we need that? Create accountability and integrity across departments. So then design and implement controls, develop certain procedures, segregation of duties, approvals, reconciliation. So everything can, if you have a manual, all those things can be included there. So then we know that we have prevent all the frauds, errors, and misuse of asset, etc. If somebody is trying to do that, it should be detect from somewhere. So then risk assessment, identification of risk of in operations, finance, IT, and compliances, enable proactive mitigation of strategies. If you have a risk, so then we need to make sure that right strategies has been applied. Oversight and monitoring, conduct internal audits. So that is why now most of the companies, in addition, now you have a internal team, but in addition to that, you have a internal audits from a third party is happening also. And KPI, I'm not sure whether you all have KPI. That is also something very important. Key performance indicators. Now, in your team, if you are a supervisor, maybe you can give certain KPIs to your team members and monthly evaluate whether they are doing it or not. If there are improvements, then need to discuss. Same with HODs. All KPIs should be there. Otherwise, now KPIs, now some of the organizations, KPI has been linked to your performance appraisal as well. Now, for example, let's say chef and the cost controller. So there is a KPI to maintain the food cost at 35%. So if both of them are not achieved, so then they will not get their increment. If they are achieved, so then they will get their increment. If they are now, if they are achieved more than what is expected, so then they will get more increments and bonuses. So likewise. So then you can plan something like that. It is actually effective. Both parties win-win situation. And why we do those things, ensure controls remain effective and updated. So then communication and training. So management responsibility to establish control environment and have certain policies and procedures. At the same time, they need to make sure communicated and training, and actually your training department need to take a key role, because most of the organization training happen only the orientation, but not only orientation. Actually, now if you are a cost controller, if you are a revenue controller, maybe you can discuss with the training manager and inform the, even especially for the new recruits. So these are the policies, these are the regulations, so which we need to apply. So if they know that, so then it will be easy for us to practice certain internal control measures. All policies and procedures should be trained. Why? Build awareness and empower employees. Now, we based on the process, even we can empower now. Sometimes if there's a guest query, even that particular waiter or particular barman or a cashier, maybe we have empowered so they can take certain decisions. But it doesn't mean that it is their responsibility. The responsibility lies with the manager, but we can empower. There are hotels now you have empowered metrics. So what sort of things that the employee can offer to a guest if you have something like that. So some of the hotels have, but if you don't have, there is something you can implement. But it doesn't mean that if you empower, we at the on the other side we need to make sure the right internal control processes are also applied. So then the resource allocation, provide tools, systems, everything need to be allocated. Finally, we need to make sure ensure controls are practical and sustainable as well. So this is also just take a picture key responsibilities of management when it comes to internal controls. So we will continue. So I think the basic idea now we got when it comes to hospitality, internal controls, processes, systems, how do we implement, etc. So now if we go further, why do we need internal controls? Internal controls coordinate departments, policies and procedures to safeguard its assets, check accuracy and reliability of data, promote operational efficiency and encourage adherence to sound management practices. This is similar to definition. So then if you look at hotel revenue accounting, so that means the business transaction of revenue accounting is the exchange of goods, property or services for cash or promise to pay. So in simple words, that same thing what I mentioned earlier. If you give a service to a client, sometime maybe you are selling a room or maybe offering a F&B service or some other service. So then that is the business transaction. So then in order to do that service, so you need to get back something. So then that means you are giving a service. Finally, the client will pay for that service. It can be cash or whatever the payment method agreed. So that is the business transaction. So then when it comes to revenue accounting, we need to make sure the accuracy of this business transaction. That means accuracy of your revenue. There are various mechanisms that we need to make sure the accuracy of the revenue. So it can be not only room revenue, all the revenues. So then the hotel night auditor or income auditor, there will be a report sending after the night audit to the management. All the revenue summary, room revenue, food revenue, beverage revenue. So then the number of covers, the APC, average check. So then other minor operating department revenue, the occupancy data, IRR. So all those things. So it has to be accurate. So then you need to make sure accuracy of the revenue. So and at the same time, whatever the payment received, that also should be accurate. Now actually recently I think I can show you that. Now recently there was a couple came to one of our hotel. They have done their payment, that is a direct booking. So they have done, young couple actually, they have done their payment through the HNB ATM. So ATM, they have done the payment through ATM and they send the scan copy of that ATM receipt. So then, anyway, they stay 2 days. They went back, so there is no problem. So after few months later, again the same couple came. They stayed 2 to 3 days, and when they are checking out, it is a Sunday. So in Sri Lanka, Sunday sometimes banks are closed, so then you can't check your bank whether the money has been deposited or not. But as this is a repeat couple, so then they have provided same as ATM receipt. So the front office manager has accepted and released the guest. So then Monday morning, the accountant is telling there is no cash in the bank. So then actually we call, I think they called to the guest, I think there is no answer also. So then we went to into more details. Actually, there is no cash, but there is a receipt. Then if we further study the receipt, what they have provided the first time and the second time, almost same receipt, but they have edited it, the date and the amount. I think I have a screenshot. I'll try to locate and I'll show you. It's a real uh, incident. So then after that, anyway, managed to locate the guest and got the money as well. So these type of things as well happening. Somebody's trying to log in. Give me a minute. I think Janit. Give me 1 minute. I think Janita is trying to log in. So anyway, till he comes, so we were explaining about the fraudulent activity done by a guest. But then what is the best way that anyway now there are systems available, so you can talk to your bank and get online how do you check your bank account, etc. So then after that, actually even on a Sunday, our finance teams are able to check and release the guests. Otherwise, there will be later on there are problems because there are guests also trying to do those type of things, and there are a lot of incident like that. Another incident was maybe the guest is a foreign guest, but they have booked through a local party. I mean, Chaturanga also trying to log in. I'm sure they have issue. I mean, I will check on that.
All right, sir. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Chaturanga, now I think okay, no? So I think as Chaturanga has a problem, so yeah, we discussed the internal control. So as I mentioned, just check the recording because some of the areas are very important. But anyway, I will try to explain some of the key areas again. So I think everybody is on now. So we will continue. So as I mentioned, I will show you how some of the transactions, fraudulent activities, some of the cases also trying to do. So, but it doesn't mean that as a especially income auditor, night auditor, manager, so we need to make sure that we thoroughly check and verified whatever the payments also because there are a lot of fraudulent activities are going on. So our I hope the presentation is visible. So our main area is hotel revenue accounting. As we discussed, we need to make sure the revenues has the right revenue has been achieved and accounted. The business transaction of revenue accounting is exchange of goods, property, service, or cash promised to pay. So that means if a guest is occupied the room or if a guest patronize a F&B restaurant, we need to make sure the right revenue has been achieved and the payment received for that. So that is the simple uh, theory behind that. So then internal control over revenue, ensure all services provided and goods sold are duly accounted. Accuracy in rate and quantity. Now, for example, if you are serving two buffets, then you need to make sure you have billed for two. So there are several locations we have noted. Uh, Sometime, let's say now there are four packs coming, but billed only for three people. One person's money has been pocketed out. So there should be a way to detect all those things. So then basically when it comes to internal controls in small scale, uh, maybe it can be a hotel or a shop running by the owner himself. So we don't need to have internal control. That means the owner himself is taking the cash, he is doing the purchasing, he is doing every transaction. So then we don't need. But when it comes to a large operation, so there are a lot of staff involved. So then we need to have sound internal control system because one person is not handling one particular job. So there are various things happening. So then we need to make sure the right internal control practices are implemented. So especially food and beverage and rooms, that is our major revenue centers. But in addition to that, even the minor revenue centers, we need to make sure the right revenue has been achieved through proper internal controls. So most of the hotels, the cash transaction are some unique problem. So we need to make sure there is a proper cash reconciliation. And some of the resort type hotels in Sri Lanka, sometimes maybe they have avoided cash taking at the outlet, but that is up to the management. Sometimes maybe if a guest want to pay cash, we should allow as well. But it doesn't mean that we are allowing, but still we need to make sure that there are sound internal control systems are in place. That means again, we need to make sure that we have given the service. At the same time, the guest has paid cash, so then that money has been received to our bank. So then the other one is the high employee turnover and inventory problems because sometimes maybe there are dishonest employees trying to take items out from the hotel. So then we need to have a proper mechanism if inventory shortages are there, it should be detected. So then principles and procedures related to the hotel internal controls. So always we need to establish written control procedures with sound internal control practices for all asset controls and all those things, limit access to asset. Now, when it comes to limit access, sometimes maybe even your stores. So we should not allow everybody to go to stores because otherwise we don't know. Sometimes some maybe they can take something out from there. Even at the receiving now, actually this one we will be discussing when we are doing receiving. But as it came here, I will mention that as well. Recently, it has happened. One of the Colombo hotel. There was a chicken delivery, one of the famous Sri Lankan chicken supplier. He supplying to that particular hotel. What happened was actually there is a small shop nearby that hotel, and that shop they are selling chicken below the normal price in the outside market. So then I think there was a suspicious, and somehow it has gone to the notice of the supply. So that means the owner of the chicken delivery. So then he knows that he is not supplying to that particular small shop, but he knows that he is supplying to the hotel nearby the hotel, five-star hotel. So then that supplier actually complained to the hotel GM that there is something like that. So they need to be more vigilant. So then actually hotel started to check on that. Then finally what happened was that they have detected several days 500 chicken is delivering maybe once in other day. So then 100 or 200 kilo going out. So that means there's a bill for 500, GRN for 500, but with the empty baskets, they are taking back some of the chicken and going to that shop. So that is how they manipulate that. But if you have proper internal control systems, actually they can't do that. So then when we go into more details of that operation, we have detected now anyway there is a security person also. Security is coming, receiving person also they are coming. Actually they check the 500 chicken also. After that, receiving officer will go to his office, security officer will go to another place, and the chicken meat is on the receiving bay. So that is why limited access should be there with proper CCTV monitoring. As a receiving manager, he should not leave the place until the goods are cleared from the receiving bay. So that is where the issue is. But actually, not only that, then when it goes to stores, there should be a again proper process. So in that hotel, there is no procedure at all, and they have not taken inventories as well. So therefore, I think four people lost their jobs, including receiving stores and pest control also. So that is how. So therefore, this is very important area which we now actually it came from a third party. But if you have proper sound internal control practices, it will be detected from the hotel itself. Now, then once we go into more details, you will understand what are the internal control practices need to be applied, receiving, stores, and cash handling, etc. Till that, I think you can get the idea. If you did not have those type of things, definitely there will be other problems can happen. So finally, it will be in your food cost. Somehow it has been charged. Same thing can happen to eggs, and there are a lot of uh, things are happening because now eggs, most of the five-star hotel, bulk quantities are taking. So then who are you checking the number of eggs you need to check. These are things people are trying to manipulate, especially sometimes maybe the direct purchases, pineapple, papaya, high volume items. Now even A4 paper, just check. Recently we have detected the A4 paper. I think it is 500 sheet in a bundle. Actually, there is a new supplier, but there is no 500. It says 500. It is not 500. So then we have taken even legal action. And there is another one called, I think everybody knows, clean film. I think it is 300 meters or 500 meters mentioned there. But actually, uh, it is not that range. Instead of 300, it is 200. So recently, we detect that. So then we have a contract with that supplier. We call immediately to the supplier and mention the reason. But actually, supplier also does not aware that this is something like that happening because nobody checks that. It says 200, everybody is accepting 200. So then the supplier actually wrote to his uh, authority in a foreign country. So finally, actually, they accepted the mistake. So then what we did is we have evaluated all the purchases done throughout the period, and we calculate what is the loss that we have done. It is 2 million something. So finally, supplier agreed to pay that amount, but we got the money and we reject the contract also. So after that, we blacklist the supplier. So likewise. So there are ways that we should be able to detect things. So therefore, if we apply sound internal control practices, definitely we will be able to detect things. So then asset controls, limited access to asset. That is the example which I have taken from the receiving. Conducting surprise checks is very important, especially from the finance team. Risk control, you need to go to outlets and conduct a surprise check just to make sure the right billing has been done. At the receiving, maybe the right amount has been received, etc. And in addition to that, if you have a cash handling outlet, always rotate the jobs. Maybe the cashiers, F&B, if sometime maybe you can notice in the buffet restaurant, always one cashier, one F&B person, always both of them should be there, is there from the roster. So that means something is going wrong. So it is that you need to investigate and see why it is like that. So it is as a manager, better always rotate the jobs and try to use always machine control by applying certain standards. In addition to that, sometimes if you are a group of hotels, maybe you can develop a team also from your head office level. Just go and do some internal audits. So then people aware that there are audits in addition to the external. So then people, you can also make sure whatever the actually that is what we are doing. We establish certain standards and we need to make sure the hotels are following up. So then we also go and see and we also do certain audits as well. So then it will be actually practical and people are aware. So then it will be everybody know. If there's a third party audit, then everybody knows, okay, so these things are there. So it will be very minimum internal audit queries are coming from the outside if you have proper system in place. So then in addition to that, always we need to make sure preventive procedures are implemented to prevent theft effective because it is effective than suffering losses from theft or fraud if we have proper systems in place. So then we earlier discussed the management role because management need to play a critical role. If the management does not care, then the employees will not care also. So therefore, we need to make sure the management practice and manage all the HODs should be a leader. That means role model to the employees. So then only you can control your staff as well. So in addition to that, earlier we discussed observe constantly the effectiveness of the system as well because time to time we need to make sure because we can't depend on whatever international system there can be loopholes so we time to time we need to make sure even though all those things are there sometimes there can be something called collusion so that means two or more people working together for fraudulent purposes. Let's say if we take a simple example, maybe you have a buffet restaurant, then there is a chef maybe in charge who is taking the buffet ticket, and there is a cashier. So then both of them can do a fraud by without billing. They can issue a ticket, and that ticket will be returned back. So something like that. Likewise, though there are a lot of things. Maybe a waiter, cashier, and a chef. Maybe they can issue items, no bills, taking cash, all those things. So then, even though you have so many systems, those type of things will be very difficult to uh, find out. But still, if you have proper team in place, so that is where your surprise takes and all those things are essential. So we should be able to detect something like that as well. So always we need to have SOPs and written procedures to limit access to asset, conduct surprise checks we discussed. So then when it comes to the room revenue, so basically if you are doing your management report, so there are four categories, but it is not a standard based on your hotel. You can categorize as well. Transit room revenue, that means your corporate leisure business clientele's revenue. Then contract room revenue, whatever the airline, ship, cruise, if you have. Then the MICE, that means meeting, incentive, convention and exhibition, and walking. So likewise, you can segregate, but in addition to that, every hotel there can be day use rooms. That means maybe uh, sometimes it can be maybe a yes stayed, but due to the flight delay, he want to extend the stay. So it also consider day use. Sometimes maybe it is only for day use, or maybe no show. The guest has booked, but he never turned up, so it is a no show. Then early departure, late checkout, extra bed. So these type of things also try to start monitoring if you are not monitoring. So you need to have a day use procedure, no show procedure. If it is no show, what is the charge? If it is cancellation, what is the charge? If it is early departure, late checkout, what is the charge? Now, if I take example, let's say day use, now most of the hotel check-in check-out time is 12 to 12, or otherwise 2 to 12. So then guest has to leave to 12 noon. So then sometime maybe we can have a policy saying, okay, we will allow up to 2 o'clock. 2 is the time, but up to 2 o'clock, we will allow the room if the guests want to stay, but no charge, without charge. So then you can have a systematic process of that. So then sometime maybe guest might tell, okay, my flight, my flight will be getting delayed, so I want to stay till 4 o'clock. So then till 4 o'clock means sometime maybe there can be another arrival also can happen, but still maybe let's say the VIP guest, so maybe we need to give the room. So then we can establish a rate till 12 to 2 free, but till 4, that means 2 to 4, maybe 25% of the room rate will be charged. So if the guest is staying till 6 o'clock, maybe 50% of the room rate will be charged. After 6, then you can't sell that room again, we have to charge the whole night. So likewise, you need to establish certain procedure. But in addition to all those things, sometime maybe there are VIP clients, maybe your general manager want to give day use free, but it doesn't matter. With the approval, you need to give. So this process also take it as a key learning point and see how it is practicing in your organization, because some of the hotels maybe they have a day use voucher, and if it is complimentary, your manager will be approving compliment. If not, the charge based on the time, as I mentioned, it will charge to the guest account. Sometimes some hotels is fully automatic from the time itself till if the guest is staying to 2 o'clock, no charge. But if the guest stay 4 o'clock, automatically 25% charge. If the guest stay 6 o'clock, automatically 50% charge. After 6, automatically one night charge. That is another system, but there are disadvantages also. Let's say now your there is a VIP guest stay 2 weeks, suddenly flight delay, and he has spent million rupees, and it's a good friend of your GM also. So he has called GM and asked for a they use room maybe till 6 o'clock. So GM, considering the situation, maybe he will be offering free of charge also, and he has even communicated to the front office manager also. But if the front office manager did not adjust that charge, the charge will go to the guest. So then everything will be on the other side, because now guest is very happy and he has informed GM. GM has given free of charge, and finally you are charging him daily. So those type of things also we need to make sure, because not only the charge, we need to make sure the customer happiness as well. So in that case, we need to have proper communication mechanism, and we need to make sure when we are giving the bill to the guest, so the charges are not there. But if you can monitor and analyze day use, no show, early departure, late checkout, cancellation, extra beds, and all other miscellaneous charges. I think this is an area that you can improve also, because most of the hotels they will not be charging. But before charging, you need to establish your standard. So if you are charging, what is the mechanism? If it is no show, what is the mechanism? So you need to have a mechanism in place. You can have a proposal to your management. So based on management approval, so then you can implement. It doesn't mean that 100% we are charging this, but there are ways that we need to give free of charge. So then it should be with approval. So then there is a proper transparency process that everybody can follow. So then uh, ensure that all occupied rooms are invoiced. That means internal control over room revenue. So that means the guest might book for a room. So then we need to make sure that room is occupied and invoiced at the approved contracted rate according to the number of rooms occupied. So that we need to make sure that is what the income monitors are doing. So they need to make sure the right revenue has been achieved. So then it will go to accounts receivable and you will send the invoice to the travel agent. If it is a direct payment, you will get over the counter. And in addition to that, there are various type of rooms are there in hotel. So based on your categories, the rate will be different. Based on your meal plan, the rate will be different. So you need to make sure the right room has been allocated, the right meal plan has been allocated. Based on that, your rate is accurate. So there can be sometimes room upgrades as well. So from standard to suite. So then if it is upgrade, there should be a charge. So those type of things also we need to monitor separately. What are the room upgrades done? Why it is done? Is it charge or not charge? So they may, sometime maybe room upgrade can be done due to a complaint of the guest about the room. So then front office manager or the GM has been decided, okay, we upgrade him free of charge. So then there should be approval. But from finance, what we need to make sure is what are the upgrades done, what are the things charged, what are the things not charged. If it is charged, what is the rate? So likewise, so there are various room types in hotel: standard rooms, deluxe rooms, suite rooms, etc. So then, uh, based on the categories, you need to establish certain rates. Based on the categories, you have different features in the rooms as well. And in addition to that, sometimes single room, twin room, double room, triple room, quadruple, etc. Based on the number of packs entitled, so you need to make sure the right charges has been applied. Then some hotels, maybe there will be a presidential suite, that means the most expensive room in the hotel. So then there are more amenities. So then you need to make sure the right rate structure is there, right market is there. So you need to closely monitor whether they are selling at that rate or at the normal rate. So then at the same time, there can be room rates also. Pack rate, pack rate is basically the standard rate charge for the room only. Most of the hotel there is a rack rate are displayed, but if there is a free individual traveler, FIT guest, walking guest, so they will give that rate. So that is normal charge, but room only. In addition to that, there can be corporate rates, commercial rates, airline rates, group rates, children rates, package rates, etc. Complementary is anyway, it is complementary. So likewise, there can be so many rate structures, but your commercial team, revenue team will mostly decide the rate structures, but it is the duty of the hotel income auditor or the revenue controller to get all rate structures and make sure the right contracts are updated in the system. Then you follow those type of things. So then you can have rate variance report in your system. You can run rate variance report. For example, let's say the guest has been booked full board basis, suite room, CV. So then let's say $200 is the room rate. So then contract will be updated as 200. So then actually applied 150. So then there is something wrong. So then you can get it from the rate variance report. Okay, there is a $50 variance. So then it is the question that we need to make. Sometime maybe your the sales manager has been given a discount, but it has not been updated in the system. Or maybe somebody has done an error, but still there is a revenue loss. So then we need to justify this loss. Is it a loss or is it an error? So something like that. So revenue from room sales and sales indicators. Now I think we have basically, so as some join later, I will just go to the beginning. So what we discuss is today the internal control introduction. Basically, internal control mean we need to establish the process. Why we need to establish the process? Ensure the integrity of financial and accounting information, safeguard asset and assist achieving operational and profitability objectives. So that is the main definition we can take it, and it will be categorized revenue control and cost control, two segments. Whatever the segment, we need to establish standard, then measure the performance, note the deviation, take corrective action. So in a hotel, basically everybody should involve with the internal controls, not only the GM, not only the financial controller or HOD, everybody should involve. So I think when key areas we discuss, hospitality sector, this is something important department wise. What are the internal controls and why we are doing? What is the purpose we discuss? Then the benefit of having external, strong internal controls we discuss mainly fraud prevention and operational efficiency. And at the same time, we will make sure transparency and adherence to the compliance standards as well. So then we discuss what is internal control system, then why internal control system matter. So then the management principle and how we apply that into internal control. So then as a management, what is management role when it comes to the internal controls and why management role is critical, and the key responsibilities of the management also we have discussed. So then why do we need internal controls? And we went to hotel revenue accounting, the business transaction, that means the exchange of goods, property or services for cash or promise to pay. So then the objective of internal control is ensure all services provided and goods sold are duly accounted. So that means if it is in the rooms department, If we sell a room, according to the number of rooms occupied and the accrued rate, revenue should be accurate. If it is F&B, if it is a la carte item based on the menu rate into number of quantity, the revenue should be accurate. If it is buffet, the number of people into the buffet rate. So that is how we need to make sure the right revenue has been achieved. So internal controls mainly required for a large scale operation, not for a single owner running property because he himself running everything. So internal controls will not apply there. But when it comes to large operation, yes, we need. So then, especially in hotel sector, we have two revenue major revenue centers, rooms and F&B. We need to make sure sound internal controls are in practice for main two departments. Plus, minor operating departments also we need to have these things. And in addition to that, we need to see how we control cash because there are a lot of cash transaction happening in the hotel. How we control our inventories, what are the principles and procedures related to the internal controls, and establish preventive procedures because no point of going post-mortem. Effect if you have a effective way, effective than suffering losses from theft or fraud. Always we need to look at things from that angle. We need to be proactive and we need to establish certain internal control practices in all organizations. So I think those are the main things what we discussed in the limited access, all those things, categories of room revenue. Yeah. So then now I think sales indicators. Room sales normally contribute to the major of hotels revenue followed by sales in food and beverage section. So what we can do is now we will, I think you will have an idea of this sales indicators. The first one is in the hotel performance. How do you measure the performance? Occupancy. So occupancy rate is a common sales indicator which tells how well the hotel has fully utilized the room resources to maximize the profit. So occupancy formula is number of rooms sold divided by total number of rooms in the hotel into 100. So likewise, there are few sales indicators. Now, if you are a manager, if you are a finance head, so then you need to understand what is your occupancy against the concept as well. So if you are working in uh, let's say Colombo, then you need to have understanding what are the other competitor hotels occupancy rate. Maybe you need to maintain certain relationship. If you are in cultural triangle, then you have to that area. If in Maldives, maybe your concept. Everybody has 3 or 4 competitors, so then just get to understand it. So then this is one of the basic information, but let's uh, take a figure and calculate, and so then you will get the idea how do we calculate the occupancy as well. So sales indicator, we will start with this. I think now it is almost 10:05. So today plan is we will continue till 12:30. So then shall we take a small break and continue because there will be certain calculations are also involved. So we will start with that. If you have any questions or clarifications, you can ask right now, or otherwise you can note it down once we go after the break. Also, you can ask. Is there any questions? Otherwise, shall we take a break and come back maybe 15 minutes time? Will that be okay? If any questions, you can even put it in the chat. So then we'll meet now it is 10:05, then 10:20. Will that be okay? Then after that, we'll continue till 12:30. Okay.
റെക്കോർഡിംഗ് എടുക്കണം. ലീവ് ആയില്ലേ?
Hi, all back. Sanita Duranjan, Chala, you are there? Sanita, okay. Chala. So I think we can start. Okay. Ajay. So we were discussed about the internal control. So there are, when it comes to especially rooms department, there are some sales indicators. I think as you all are in working in hotels, you all are aware what is occupancy. So if needed, you can note down this formula. How do we calculate the occupancy? Is number of rooms sold divided by total number of rooms in the hotel into 100. For example, let's say your hotel having 200 rooms inventory. So then total number of rooms in the hotel is 200. From that, let's say 100 rooms sold. So that means not complementary, that means occupied with the revenue. So that means 100 divided by 200 into 100%, that means 50% occupancy. That is how we calculate occupancy rate. Then in addition to that, guests per occupied room. So how do we calculate guests per occupied room? Number of guests staying in the hotel divided by number of rooms occupied. If needed, you can note down, because there will be a calculation to be done in a little while. So this information also needed because we need to understand how many guests occupied in a room. Maximum, sometime if it is, there are single room, double room, triple room, family rooms, etc. But if you consider everything together, how many guests per occupied room? This is especially needed when we are calculating your room guest supply cost, because sometime maybe your room guest supply cost has increased, but we don't know Sometimes this can be one reason because there are more triple rooms. So there are a lot of guests. So then we calculate based on the number of rooms. That is one example. So guests per occupied room, number of guests staying in the hotel divided by number of rooms occupied. Then the other one is average daily rate, or we call it ARR, average room rate. So how do we calculate ARR? Room revenue divided by number of rooms occupied. ADR or ARR. Room revenue divided by number of rooms occupied. Formula, uh, just mark down the formula. Now we have discussed three formulas. Frequency, average guest per room, average daily rate or average room rate. ARR. So the next one is RevPAR, revenue per available room. So how do we calculate that? Room revenue divided by total number of hotels, total number of rooms in the hotel. So this is similar to ADR, but we calculate the overall situation. That means we will not take the number of rooms occupied. Instead, we take the hotel rooms. So I think these are the main four formulas. So after a while, we will see how we could apply this in the operation as well. So in addition to that, there is something called guest ledger. That means individual records of each guest registered will be there in the guest ledger, and it is accumulation of charges. That means now if you are a guest who stay in the hotel, so you will have room charges, F&B charges, other charges, everything will be there. Now let's say if you stay 7 days, if you have $1,000 bill, and sometime maybe you pay $500, so then your outstanding is 500. So in the guest ledger it says according to your room number, there is outstanding of $500 likewise. So then when it comes to internal control for food and beverage sales, so there are hotels operating with manual systems, semi-automated systems, and fully automated systems. So if anybody need to discuss further on manual system, we can discuss. But nowadays, mostly with fully automated systems. So therefore, we will discuss a little bit on fully automated system. But manual systems, if anybody need, we can discuss. Basically, in a manual system, manually we need to have a KOT, BOT, and it should be cross-checked with the bills. But in a fully automated system, we don't need to do that because it is automatically billing. Only thing is in the fully automated system also there are certain internal controls which we need to practice. In addition to that, there is something called payment methods which we need to understand. Payment methods are sometimes maybe if we are giving the service, guests might pay in cash, credit card, or maybe charge to the room. So those we call payment method. So in a hotel, we have revenue payment methods and non-revenue payment methods both. Revenue payment methods basically cash, credit card, and room charge. Non-revenue payment method means whatever the sometime maybe your HODs are entitled to consume meals in the restaurant, but it's free of charge. But still, we need to capture the cost. So therefore, we need to make a bill and settle as non-revenue payment method. You can create a non-revenue payment method as officer's check, EDM, executive dining meals, or whatever. Mostly, most of the hotel call hotel account. So that is hotel account. Even your sales and marketing entertainment. So likewise, EDM, ENT, your music band are there. Sometimes maybe we will offer them meals. So all those things will be settled under non-revenue payment methods. So semi-automated system means sometime maybe your F&B side manually. After that, you will be inserting the data into your operating system. Sorry, but most of the organization now are on fully automated system because we can get online information. We don't need to re-enter data. Then minimum internal controls requirement is there for fully automated system. So in a fully automated system, basically now if you raise the KOT, kitchen order ticket, or BOT, bar order ticket, so then you need to convert, it is automatically converting into a bill. If there is no bill, that means you need to check the void. So in a fully automated system also, you need to make sure AOT voids, deletion, cancel checks, discount on cash bills, all those things need to be properly verified. Why we need to verify? Now let's say uh, a KOT has been punched, bill also raised, and cash taken and bill cancelled. So then we don't know. Then we need to justify why this bill has been cancelled. At the same time, let's say that you have a 5,000 rupee bill, apply 25% cash discount. So then the amount 25% discount 1,250 will be pocketed out. So therefore, cash discount checking, cancel bill checking is very important when it comes to FMB internal control in a fully automated system. Sometimes maybe in your hotel there can be different menu prices in different outlets. So then in that case also we need to check whether the right outlet prices has been applied to the right outlet. Sometimes maybe so most of the hotels that you are going ahead with one price, but there are hotels, maybe let's say now you have a fine dining restaurant, there you give a full service. Your beer will be priced at 1,500 rupees. At the same time, you have a local pub, only a beer restaurant where maybe you are selling a beer at let's say 900 rupees, 600 rupee gap. So there, if now if you don't have proper internal control mechanism, sometime maybe the people who do the bills in that fine dining restaurant, they have the option to bill take money 4,500 rupees, but they will be charging at the rate of 600. So those type of things very difficult to detect. So therefore, from internal controls, what we need to do is, according to the outlet report, we need to make sure that the correct outlet prices has been applied. So in that case, what will happen? That 600 rupee can be manipulated. So therefore, these are some of the areas to be checked in a fully automated system. In addition to that, large time gaps in bills. Sometimes maybe you have seen there is orange juice or draft beer, those type of items. If they are keeping a long hours, so then it is questionable because let's say now, for example, there is a draft beer. One guest has consumed draft beer and there's a bill raised. Guest cash paid also, but the bill has not been settled. So let's say it is 800 rupees again. And then there's another guest come and ask for a draft beer. So then without punching a bill or a BOT, offer a draft beer and collect 800. Sometimes if it is paid by credit card, they will make a bill. If it is paid by cash, they will not make a bill because they have a bill. So then still they are keeping. So therefore, large time gaps in especially in cash bills to be questionable. We need to verify. And sometimes maybe actually we have several cases that doubts we check even some from centrally. So when we check, we found actually sometimes we went for CCTV footage as well. So there are a lot of malpractices are happening in some of the outlets, some of the hotels. So therefore, these are very important areas when it comes to internal controls to be checked. Sometimes there can be a questionable question also. What are the areas to be checked in a F&B restaurant with a fully automated billing system? So then your answer should be AOT void deletion should be checked, cancel void deletion should be checked, discount on cash bills should be checked, billing from different outlets should be checked, large time gaps should be checked. So then you will get maybe 3 to 4 marks. AOT matching in a fully automated system not happening, but in a manual, if it is manual system, yes, AOT matching should be happening. So then the cash floats and all those things, I think when you are handing over cash, there should be a safe and sometime maybe CCTV should be there. Third party should be signed. I think all those things should be practiced. I think now we will go into one example. We have learned occupancy, guest per occupied room, average room rate, and average revenue per available room. So we will see how these things are really applied in practice. Now, based on this example, you can see a business hotel with total these type of questions will be there even in exam as well. So in a business hotel with total 346 rooms. So in this hotel, there are 246 rooms and had recorded 395 guests. So 346 rooms, 395 guests. staying in the property in a particular night. So the property management system had shown 217 rooms occupied, which has generated 4.3 million room revenue. So with the above information, you need to calculate occupancy, guest per occupied room, average daily rate, revenue per available room. So I hope the question is clear. You all can start working and just put your answers in the chat or send me in WhatsApp. If anything, any questions you can ask us. First, you can note down the question, then I can exit the screen. So hope you all got the answers. I think I got two, which is correct. Achala and Saturang, Dulachan, yeah. Janita, I hope you also got the same answers. I think it's in the chat. Okay, I think as everybody got the same answers, so we don't need to uh, discuss. I think everybody got correct answers. If I repeat, the occupancy 62.72 or maybe sometimes 71, it is okay. Guests per occupied room 1.82, ADR 19,974, RevPAR 12,527. So now we'll look at a different example. So now in this example, so it is a direct calculation previous one. Now in this example, it says a hotel operation has 70 rooms and occupancy of 80%. So if 70 rooms, 80% occupancy, average room rate 12,500. So the hotel owner wants to give him an estimate of his sales revenue for the month of April. So that is one scenario. So based on the data, you can calculate how much is the revenue he can get for month of April. So the second part, calculate the room revenue for a 60 rooms hotel for the first 3 months of the year. Assume February is not a leap year and has 28 days based on the following information. So January room rate and occupancy, February room rate and occupancy, March room rate and occupancy is there. So I hope as you all have correctly done the first one, so this also will be can be done on the same way without any problem. So you all can start now. Is the first part done, everybody? Can share first part answers. So I have received from Chaturanga and Achala. Janita, if you have done, you can send. But anyway, there are some calculation mistakes, I think. Just double check, unless maybe we will discuss that question. Okay, I think we will discuss that question. The first one, I think Achal has mentioned 21 million. I think that is the correct revenue for the first one. So I will share Excel, then we'll check on that. So now this is the first question. So a hotel operation has 70 rooms and occupancy of 80%. So then first of all, what you need to do is, so you have 70 rooms, 80%. So that means, so we need to check what is the rooms occupied. 70 into 80%. So that means 56 rooms from out of 70. So we are selling 56 rooms. So then at what rate? 12,500. So then 56 rooms into 12,500. So that's the revenue, right? So then you will be getting 700,000. But the question says the owner wants you to give him an estimate of his sales revenue for the month of April. So not just for one day. So this is for one day revenue, 700,000. So then what you need to do is multiply it by 30 days. If it is April, then 30 days. If it is month of August, month of May, so then multiply by 31 days, because one day also it matters. So then based on that, answer for the first one, 21 million, which is right. So I hope everybody is clear on that. So if we go to second example, calculate the room revenue of 60 rooms hotel. Same way you can, now here you the owner wants uh, three months. Calculate the room revenue for 60 rooms hotel for the first 3 months of the year. So January, February, March, and it is mentioned assuming February is not a leap year, only 21, 28 days. So I think same concept. So same concept you need to apply. Here 70 into 80, but now the second one is 60 rooms. So then January, February, March. So you need to record 60 rooms because the inventory is 60. But occupancy percentages are different. Now you can see January 60% according to the information given. February 70%, March 78%. So then what you need to do is from the out of the inventory, how many rooms sold? You need to calculate 60 into 60%. So first one 36, second one 42, third one 46.8. For calculation purposes, you need to take the point form. Otherwise, it should be normally a round figure because it is a room, but we will take as it is. So then the ARR has been given January 15,040, February 15,760, March 16,480. So same calculation. So what you need to do is, so then number of rooms into ARR, calculate the revenue. So the first one 36 into 15,040, 541,440. Second one 42 into 15,760, 661,920. Third one 46.8 into, okay, so let's see Achala. So the third one 46.8 into 16,480, 771. So after that, what you need to look at? So now January, you need to multiply by 31 days. Then February is not a leap year, 21, 28 days. March again 31 days. So then total is 59,227,584. So Achala's problem now we will look at. So you got 70 some. Still it is not matching, no? I mean, for exam purposes, now if you round it off 46.8 to 47, not a problem. still it's not matching. So anyway, I hope now you all are clear. No? Achala, are you okay? You got the error what you have noted? I think here maybe not only 46.8, 47. Now, yeah, here number of days. So the total answer is 59,227,5. If any questions, you can ask. These type of questions will be there in paper one most of the time. Some calculations. So therefore, we need to practice. But don't worry, this is just to get the understanding of the formulas. So then we will, when we are doing past papers, I think you can get further idea on that. So then we'll do another example in order to be more clear. If you are clear on this, if not, you can ask any questions if you have. So now we will look at this question. So following are the room categories and number of rooms available in a newly opened hotel. Before soft opening, all rooms were given to the staff at the rate of 2,500 per night on full board basis. So these are practical thing happening in the pre-opening hotel. So on the soft opening day, their main travel agent has booked all standard rooms plus 15 superior rooms for a group of 390 guests for one night, and which generate revenue of 4.8 million. So by selling all standard rooms plus 15 superior rooms for 390 guests, they generate 4.8 million revenue. Hotel GM requires following information. Hotel GM required occupancy, guest per occupied room, ADR, RevPAR. So same as our first example, but only thing is here there are some categorization. I think now we earlier discussed in the hotel there can be several room categories. Now in this hotel you have one presidential suite, 24 suite rooms, 120 superior rooms, 200 standard rooms. So this information you need in order to calculate. So what you need to do is occupancy, guest per occupied room, ARR and RevPAR to be calculated. I think all the informations are there. What you need to understand here, you need to understand in better. On the soft opening day, their main travel agent book all standard rooms and 15 superior rooms. So those are the room count plus how many guests? 390, and the revenue is the same as the first example what we have done. So then you can start now. I got the answers from Achala. So Chaturanga, if you have done, you can send me. So at the same time, I think this is the last calculation. So you can start this as well. So then we will discuss both together. So I think the first one, I think both of you done correctly. We don't need to discuss. We'll look at the second one. Can we discuss that as well? So I will share the exam. I think it is easy because according to the question, I think it has been given the total revenue already 17 million something. So it says 15 rooms are arriving from 16th August in onwards at the rate of 15,800. So then what you need to do is 15,800 into 25 rooms. Additionally, 395,000 revenue is capturing. So then 395 into how many days? 7 days. So it is 2.7 million. You mentioned a different figure. So then if you add 2.7 million to 17 million, the revenue already there. So final revenue will be 20,373,000. Just check the answer. If you have any problems, you can ask me. If not clear, Achala, you are clear? Saturanga, are you okay? Yeah, I think you got. There must be small error, but it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Give me a minute. Yeah. So I think I think Chaturanga, I hope you're also clear. So what we need to do is we have 25 rooms additional coming. So this is the 25 room and the ADR it is mentioned 15,800. So you need to calculate the extra revenue. So only 395,000 per day you are getting. So that's it. So I think these type of questions will be there for the exam as well. We'll do some more questions after we complete a few more sessions. So there will be a small slide on same internal controls. We'll discuss that and we can conclude for today. Next week we will practice some more questions as well on this area. And I will give a small note also. So now, in addition to the points what we discussed, when it comes to internal control, so we need to be careful when we are giving discount to guests because discount is a direct impact on the room or whatever the revenue. If let's say now you have agreed a rate $200, but if somebody is going to give 25% discount, so then 200 into 25, the 25% will be reducing from the room revenue. So therefore, we need to be very carefully. We need to monitor the discount. Now, sometimes when it comes to food and beverage discount, we have seen F&B managers are giving 50% off, maybe happier, but they have not looked at the cost. If you really look at after 50%, you are exceeding your cost as well. So therefore, always when we are giving higher percentage of discount, we need to especially look at the cost, especially for food and beverage. But when it comes to rooms department, also we need to look at after giving a discount whether we can increase our revenues. Otherwise, no point of giving discount. Now, sometime maybe the managers, sales managers are agreeing various discounts. Sometime maybe with the bank promotions, etc. If you are going to give any bank promotional discount, so then you need to have proper agreement with the bank. Now, some banks maybe they want to if they gets paid by their credit card, so then 30% off. So then in that case, we also need to ask maybe 15. If it is 30%, 15% will be beared by the credit card company. 15% should be beared by the hotel. So that is how the business agreement should be because otherwise some credit card companies they want to uh, take the full share by the hotel. So because and they are getting credit card commission as well. So therefore, when you are signing an agreement, at least 50-50, you should be able to agree. So that is the normal scenario. But however, cash discount, as we discussed, we need to check. But in addition to that, all other discount from finance, we need to verify. Sometimes maybe there are contractual discounts. Now, for example, let's say if a guest stay 4 nights, maybe the third night, the last night, maybe 50% off. So then those type of things should be done with the proper agreement. So then yeah, I think it should be okay. So if there's any complementary rooms, we need to have proper approval process and daily basis monitoring mechanism is required for complementary rooms from the hotel level. So then in this one, I think we have discussed permitting occupancy of a room beyond normal hours. Earlier we discussed normal check-in, check-out time. If somebody want to stay beyond that, so then there should be a proper process in place and we need to verify from the revenue control teams. So then the allowance. So allowance is again, we need to make sure right approvals are there. So the allowance sometimes maybe some hotels will call adjustment, some hotel will call rebates, allowance, everything is same. For example, now there is a crew member staying in your hotel and maybe the member is entitled for 25% discount on F&B. But apparently that message has not been passed to the F&B team. So they have not given the discount. So at the time of checking out, the crew member asking 25% discount. So then you can't go back to the point of sale system and adjust the discount. What you need to do is from the main bill, from the main system, you need to adjust so that we call allowance. So there are basically two types of allowances. So it is happened basically because of the errors in billing. So that means direct reduction in the revenue. Or otherwise, what will happen is sometime maybe let's say there is a travel agent invoice. It has been sent to your account receivable section, but it is there is a overcharge. So if there is a overcharge, so then your account receivable team need to adjust the revenue, pass a credit note, etc. So all those things are revenue allowances which we need to have a clear justification. If you are doing a manual operation, you need to have a allowance voucher which is serially numbered and the approval should be there. Now, for example, if it is front office related uh, revenue allowances, so then the lobby manager, front office manager need to approve. So then it has to come to your revenue controller, income auditor. They need to verify and get head of the department, head of finance approval. Same with the account receivable, the credit manager need to approve. After that, head of finance need to be approved. So therefore, there should be a sound control process when it comes to allowances because allowances also similar to discount. It is direct reduction of the revenue earned. So there are two types which I mentioned. So then, in addition to that, the KOT, BOT, I think we have discussed. So then the banqueting. So most of the hotel, there are events happening. So in a banquet, basically there should be a function sheet with the agreed menu with everything. So we know what is banquet. So there should be a function sheet, serial numbered function sheet should be available. So based on that, there should be a menu. Now, if you are a cost controller, if you go to a buffet, maybe you can go with the function sheet and check whether the same menu is offering. So sometimes we have seen maybe there are wedding, maybe the party is a friend of banquet manager, friend of a chef, or friend of F&B manager. There, there are some prawns serving, but it is not in the menu or the function sheet. So then there is a problem. So that means we need to cross check because otherwise there is a cost involved and there is a revenue shortage because now you have issued prawn, but it is not charged. So those type of things also can happen. Sometimes it is a mistake. Sometimes maybe non-party, so they are doing, it is also considered as a fraudulent activity because you can't do that. If you want to give complimentary, that's a different story. So then you need to talk to your hotel general manager, get it approved and give it complimentary. So then even though complimentary, then we can capture the cost. So therefore, menu item review, menu price review is especially you need to carefully check according to the agreed menus whether the right billing has been done. So then the cost percentage. Now sometimes if you are having a monthly summary, you can review menu item cost percentages. If there are any high cost percentages, let's say over 40, something like that, so then you need to question. So that means they have given a discount or a special rate, or otherwise maybe some items added, not charged. So those type of things need to be reviewed. So then in addition to that, there can be certain special prices. Let's say now your wedding menus are starting from 10,000 onwards. So but suddenly you see 7,000, there's a wedding menu. So then you need to question and see why. Sometime maybe the wedding has been booked 2 years back and DM has approved a special rate. So then approval should be there. If not, then we need to question. We always establish the standard. So then the standard is we have a minimum price. So then you need to sell at the minimum price. If they go to the menu number one, two, three like that, so then there are different prices. So at the same time, there are additional services sometime maybe with the wedding, maybe the packages, beverages, flower decoration, all other arrangements can be done, but maybe you have to pay for a third party. So then in that case, did you recover those costs from the client? So those type of things also we need to verify. Refund against deposit. Now sometimes most of the hotel there will be a refundable deposit. So after the event, they will check whether there are any pending bills. If nothing, so then they will refund it. But when you are refunding, you need to refund to the same person because now we have detected several locations. Sometimes the salesperson uh, has taken the money because the client has left the country just after the wedding and he will be coming maybe after 1 year's time. So by that time, this person has taken the money. So therefore, always from finance, we need to make sure that we refund the amount to the right person, right guest. That means guests need to come to collect the refund. Same with advance payment. There should be a process, proper process. So I can remember there was a pre-opening hotel uh, in Panadura. Uh, so there were no system at all in that hotel. That is a plenty of weddings are happening. So then there were a lot of advance payment has been done by the guest, but the banquet manager he has not done any receipt from the system. But he actually now, for example, let's say you pay today 500,000, but your wedding will be after 6 months or 1 years later. So by that time he will be settling. So that means he is rolling out the money. So I think 30, 40 million he has rolled out. And it went up to even a legal issue as well. So likewise, for the advance, also we need to have proper system in place and we should be record with the guest name, function sheet, everything. With all those things, we need to record the advance payment. So on the date that advance payment can be set off against the main bill. In addition to that, amendment policy, there should be a policy for amendment. Now, for example, if you are booking an event, so then there should be a time period. At least after 3 days, before 3 days of the event, you need to confirm everything. Number of packs, menu, the rate, all those things. Because if you are going to reduce the number of packs on the last moment, so then the hotel will be in trouble because the chef has already taken the items and some of the items have been prepared also. There are certain things that he need to pre-cook and keep. So then it will impact. So therefore, 3 days gap should be there. So then within that 3 days, the function sheet also should be sent out with all the reasons. So then everybody is aware what is the event and where it is happening, number of packs, menu, what they need to be done. All those things are there. So therefore, if there are any amendments uh, within after 3 days, so then we need to be very carefully handled. So then some of the hotels maybe they are going ahead with plate count, but in five-star hotel sometimes maybe plate count is not practical because some guests maybe they will be taking one plate for salad, one plate for main course. So therefore head count is the ideal method for banqueting. So there are small equipment so you can take the head count. If not, now there are systems available face recognition systems and similar systems. Even now, Candy, Dalada, when they are showing that uh, actually there was a system in place by a local party. So they took the count from that. So likewise, you can negotiate with the IT company and have a automatic system to detect the number of packs, because this is another area now. For example, in Colombo Hotel, wedding will be 10,000, 15,000 per head. So if 10 packs not billed, or maybe somebody trying to misuse, so that means almost 150,000. It can happen. So therefore, from audit, as an audit point of view, we need to make sure that the right count is being captured. If you don't have a proper system, take a head count mechanism. If not, technology based system is the ideal nowadays, and there are plenty of systems are available. So then updating of price masters in restaurants. Now, when it comes to point of sale machine in a hotel, so that means you are all your menu master. Menu master means all your menu items in your menu should have a master. So all the menu items should be there, maybe the code and the price. So that is your menu master. Same way you have material master. That means your procurement code, Coca-Cola, all food items, etc. So that is your material master. So likewise, you need to have a price master available, and who is going to update the price master. So there should be a restricted access. Maybe everybody can't change the price masters. It can be either hotel cost controller and the assistant cost controller, or some hotel maybe the IT manager and the assistant IT manager. So hotels using computerized billing machines at the restaurant usually create master file containing the price of each dish, which is usually referred to as the price master. Sometime now this will be a MCQ question. What do you mean by price master? So then this is the answer. Any revision in the menu prices, the price masters are also required to be duly updated. So these are required to be protected from unauthorized changes. So this is the important thing. So one or two people need to change. Now, for example, let's say if F&B manager want to change the price of the club salary, so then he need to send a, there should be a format, or otherwise maybe a written document, mail එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. So there can be an email. So based on the email, then the hotel cost controller need to update. So then there should be a proper log in the system, because auditors will review why this has been changed, when it has been changed, and who has been approved. So therefore, all should be document need to be maintained, and properly system should be updated as well. So then when it comes to bar inventories, there should be a proper tracking mechanism in place. The ideal mechanism is having a par stock control system. Par stock means, now, for example, we are giving a particular stock to the bar. Let's say now Coca-Cola, we know that maximum can be sold for per day is 200. So then we will give them, okay, your par stock for Coca-Cola is 250 bottles. So then if they sell 100 bottles today, tomorrow they can request 100 bottles. So then the cost controller need to check from the system whether 100 bottles sold, and he can authorize uh, for the requisition. So then he can go to the stores and take whatever required. So any given time the past stock is refilled. So in addition to that, the control teams need to do certain spot checks, and if let's say now when you are going 10 Coca-Cola missing, so then in the system there should be 10 bills. If not, it is questionable. So in addition to all those things, month end full inventory verification will be done, reconciled. If there are any shortages, the barman need to explain. If there is any excess, you need to add back to the inventory. So in addition to that, there should be a proper empty bottle controlling mechanism as well, for liquor especially. So you need to, the best controlling mechanism is after the bottle is over, you can hand over it to the stores and get the full bottle with the authorization of hotel cost control. But there are occasions, sorry, guest is taking out the bottle. So then in that case, restaurant manager need to authorize that there is a full bottle sale. Guest has taken the bottle. Based on that, you can issue it. So any shortages notice while taking physical inventory is generally charged to the concerned bartender without giving him any credit for surpluses, and mostly bar shortages will be charged at selling price, not at cost, because Yeah, if there is a possibility, then they can sell it on cash basis also. If there's a shortage, if we charge the cost, still it is good for them. So therefore, yeah, this is an area which we need to focus very closely, and 100% inventories to be monitored. So the basis of requirement of good internal control system in the area of purchases. So when it comes to purchasing, I think we are discussing a detailed version of uh, purchasing, not only for hotel, it will be applicable any industry how to do. But there, the best option is annual rate contract. So annually, based on the volumes, you can have a contract. So then you can get bulk discount, etc. Monthly basis, you need to monitor whether the hotel is following the contracts, etc. So we will be discussing further details on this, so that is why I will not explain that much. So then stock levels. So we will be having a separate discussion on how do we do pre-order level, maximum order level, setup, etc. That is the best system that we can maintain for stock management. We call it theoretical inventory control model. There's a separate session on that as well. So then receipt of material at the receiving, also we have a separate receiving lesson. So there we will be going into more details, how do we accept the materials, etc. But these all are internal controls, because we need to make sure proper inspection are done for the material received, and it is in order with the company standards, quantities, quality, etc. And if everything is okay, only they can raise the good receipt note, GRN, and do the payment. So finally, it is mentioned, properly designed internal controls can never be tight enough in a hospitality property. Dishonest hotel, restaurant, and bar employees and guests seem to always find new ways to steal. So that is why I mentioned that there was a couple came for the second time, so they have given the false forged receipt actually. By doing that, however, they got caught. So the company's audit and accounting departments, in cooperation with management, must continuously review existing controls, improve on them, and carefully screen for new tricks that employees and outsiders are inventing to steal their money. So with the uh, technology, actually there are a lot of frauds are happening. So therefore, it is our duty to make sure that we have sound internal control systems in our hotels, and continuously we verify all those things in order to make sure that the right revenues are achieved, right expenses are uh, there, and finally our profitabilities are accurate according to the financial statements what we are showing. So this is basically the internal control. But what I feel is we need to focus some more questions from this area, so which we will do it next week. But I will give you 2 3 minutes. If you have any questions from today's session, you can ask, and at the same time I will check what else we have missing from this session. Any questions from Chaturanga, Achala, Janita? Or is there anything that you can share? Whatever the internal controls that your hotels are practicing, is it same or is there differences? Something like that. You can share your ideas.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Good.
So
Yes.
that banqueting weddings time that
Yeah.
plate count, sir, mention that
Yeah.
plate count and head count. That head
Yeah.
count is that normally some hotel. Then I'm go when Gold West Hotel,
Mm.
they have two access. They have two access to banquet hall.
Okay.
So that is difficult to the get in head count. That
Okay. Mm.
and
Yeah.
plate
Okay.
count also
Go ahead.
plate count also not accurate. No, sir. That
Yeah. Now, actually, old
uh,
system is to take plate count. Even now, if you
uh,
take the catering establishment, uh, small places, they are taking weddings, so they are going ahead with the
mm,
plate count because it is
uh,
easy to manage. Because if they, let's say now, if it is 300 packs, so they will give 300 plates. So then that's how they control. But when it comes
mhm,
to a five-star hotel, if a guest sometimes maybe can take two plates, maybe he can take one for salads, one for main course. So then we
uh,
can't avoid that unless we need to keep some salad plates. Then there will be another problem. So that is why I
mm,
recommend go with the head count. But in your case, if there are two entrances, then that is a problem as well. So what but now, let's say now I know in Mount Lavinia Hotel, same thing. So they have different entrances, but they have a security person each entrance. So that is also not practical. Then you need manpower. So that is the whole system. That is why I mentioned now if you have two or multiple entrances, it is not a problem. Now systems are available. It is just a matter of fixing a small camera. So then from that they will
mm,
be recognizing all the customers coming and it will not be duplicated. Duplicate customers will be identified, staff will be
mhm,
identified. So finally, they will give the right count. So that is the latest system. Actually, right now we are also in the stage of implementing that. But some of event
uh,
actually we are practicing that. So that is the best system. Unless what you can do is if you don't have a system like that, I think I'm sure that you have a that is small equipment to capture the count. Because now from cost controls, what we do is we go and do a random check. Now let's say your wedding starts 10 o'clock and it goes till 3 o'clock. So you go in the peak hours. 1 o'clock you go and take a count. Then you can see whether it is according to the number of packs mentioned in the function sheet or if it is more than that. If it is more than that, then you can be questioned. But we can't now from finance, we will not be able to monitor throughout the event. We do random checks. But
mhm,
there are ways, security and FMB, maybe they can make sure that they can do full count check. Is that okay?
mhm. Yes, sir. Okay.
But always now we need to see how we take the accurate count through these digital systems. I mean, there are systems now available. There are people in even locally who is doing those type of things.
Okay,
One is
sir.
this equation they are doing. Actually, we are also working with them for a system like that. And they have even mobile cameras now. Sometime maybe if we fix the camera in the entrance, maybe the buffet, there are two, three buffets will be there. So then there are mobile options. So a lot of options are there to capture the counts nowadays.
Mhm. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions like that? Yeah. You can ඒ වගේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට අහන්න පුළුවන්. So let's discuss. So then sometime maybe there are new control systems also with the technique. That is what I mentioned. So
Mm,
this we have not discussed even previous class because this is something new. But I can share it. We are also still under implementation of those type of control. But definitely we can increase the revenue because now we know sometimes there are weddings with bands. The band itself may be 10 to 20 people. So then how can we accommodate? So we need to have an agreement. Sometime maybe if we don't have agreed to charge for the band, then we are in trouble. So some bands maybe 2 to 3 people, some band very big band. So finally
mhm,
everything is matters. Because
අරද
unless
තව
yeah,
දැන් තව අර බොටල්ස් එලියෙන් ගේනවනේ අපි ගෙස්ලා
oh
මෙතන
yeah,
මේ ලික බොටල්
oh
එතකොට මේ දැන් අපි මට මතක අර ස්ටිකර් අපි ඉෂු කරන විතරයි ෆයිනෑන්ස් එකෙන් ඒ කට්ටිය සිකියුරිටි එකෙන් තමයි ඒක කන්ට්‍රෝල් කරන්නේ.
oh.
සාමාන්‍ය ඒක මොකද ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් කන්ට්‍රෝල් එක
Oh, so that is a good question. මේ තැන්ක්ස් එක ඇහුවට ඇත්තටම දැන් අපි ලංකාවේ තමයි ওই ප්‍රශ්නේ අපිට ගොඩක් තියෙන්නේ. දැන් බැංකට් ගත්තොත් එහෙම බැංකට් වලට අපි එළියෙන් liquor ගේන්න දෙනවා. Because the reason is now we are charging maybe millions of rupees, but if we charge liquor from the hotel rate, so it will be expensive for the client. Now, most of the clients maybe they can take the foreign liquor and it will be price, etc. That is the reason that we are going to allow them to drink unless still actually we also tried, but sometimes it is not really working. But if there's a way that you can charge at a special rate, that means not the guest rate for the banquet, there's a special rate. Sometimes maybe guests are tend to purchase, so that is better. Unless if you are allowing them to bring their own liquor for a wedding, so there should be a proper control mechanism. The control mechanism should be, yes, as you mentioned, there should be a sticker. Then that sticker should be mentioned guest liquor. So then guest liquor, you will be actually from finance, you can issue to stores. So stores and receiving is the main person to take control on that. So then let's say now there is a guest coming with 30 black label bottles for event. So then he need to come to receiving and store. So then he need to mention the function sheet. So then there should be a form in the receiving. If needed, I can share the forms as well. So in that form, you need to mention the guest name, function sheet, function date, function time, location, venue, everything, and you need to accept 30 bottles. So then when you are accepting, maybe you can place even the guest liquor control sticker as well. So then on the event date, you need to issue to the person in charge of that banquet. With that form, you need to take signature of that person mentioning within the 30 bottles. So I am issuing to them. You need to sign here. So then end of the event, if there are any balance stocks, let's say 5 bottles balance, so then that person need to transfer that 5 bottles also to stores. But this is not relevant to hotel stock. There should be a separate place, but the store team will be handling. So then end of the event or maybe a later date, if the client want to bring take the balance stock, so then he need to come with his copy as well. Always you need to remember, because we have a lot of practical example. If we issue sometime without the copy, then there is another then there is another person coming with the copy as well. So therefore, always we need to ask for the duplicate copy, cancel it and return, and you need to take the signature of the person who is taking the item with the identity number. So those are the best control processes for guest liquor, because if you allow banquet team to handle, there are a lot of problems can happen. So standard method is take under finance control. So they need to, but there are occasions, sometimes maybe there's a VIP event, liquor is coming maybe after stores closed. So then security should involve with the same process. They need to fill that form with the involvement of security person. Same thing now, if you want to take any item from stores, if the stores is closed, then duty manager and security need to involve. So same process need to be done. I hope it is clear.
yes sir, clear.
I think that is
Thank
good actually. Some of the hotels actually not practicing. Now recently I got a call from GM of this Avani Kalutara. Same question he asked me. So the answer, same answer I gave. So they also have a problem with that, because most of
Yeah.
the hotel, this is a real problem actually.
Yes sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
for asking. Anything else, Achala, Janita, anything? So I think today we have discussed internal controls related to the hospitality sector. Plus, we have done some sales indicators, and we discussed how to apply discounts and etc. and what are the controls. So next week I will give a small note on that area as well, plus few questions. But now I think our next main core subject is, now we need to go for we need to understand the F&B operation. So in order to understand F&B operation, we need to have a understanding of the menu. So next week we will discuss what do we mean by a menu, how do we plan for a menu, and how do we do menu pricing, etc. So then if we know that area, then it will be easy for us to go for recipe costing as well. But before recipe costing, there will be certain F&B related things which we need to discuss, like the method of cooking, vegetable cuts. We need to have understanding of the type of beverages in the hotel. So first of all, we get some introduction onto those. So then we can go for the other sessions as well. But I have just given a heads up that those are the areas which we need to cover most probably next week. Then after that, there's a session for night auditing as well. So we'll discuss that as well. So then actually today I have planned 4 hours because I have something in the afternoon. So maybe we will again meet next Sunday 8:30. If you all have any questions or clarification in the meantime, you can send it to me. So I think now we have covered operational department, interdepartment relationship, internal control. So after we cover the night auditing, menus, and recipe costing, part of the recipe costing. So then we can most probably discuss some of the MCQ questions for paper one as well, from the area what we covered. So we can practice. So then it will not take, we don't need to wait for the last minute. So then we can practice time to time. Maybe we will take few questions and we will practice. So even the past directly we can take from the past papers. So then you all are aware how the exam look like, what type of questions are coming. So it will be easy. Okay, so then we will meet next Sunday, 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay.